VOD watchers, because I'm assuming no one's actually going to join my stream live anymore. It just doesn't seem to be something that people are actually interested in. Regardless, welcome back to Minecraft. So, you might have noticed that this is the creative world. And you may have also noticed that there's been, some redecorating. Now, I can assure you, that was not me redecorating it. I'm not joking. But, let's just say I've been experimenting with the reactors, and in my quest to make them okay, well, it's not okay. Alright. So, you're probably wondering, why do I keep pushing reactors until they explode? Well, no reason really, I just want to make them good. Which seems to be a very tall order for these things. They just hate functioning well. And I find that ironic considering what they're supposed to do. Now look, I know you're probably gonna say, like, probably don't push them to the point of exploding, and I'm pretty good at not doing it. Like, I'm actually really good at not doing that. It's just, I really want to beat out steam power. The fact that the early game power source is beating out a nuclear reactor should probably say a lot right now. You know you're doing that to yourself, right? Anyways, let me show you the reactor I've been using. I know these aren't the best, but at least they get better the worse it gets. As you can see by this crater being one reactor deeper than what should be the case, I would like you to be able to infer that no, that didn't make it better. But yeah, turns out this thing here really doesn't put out that much power on the best case scenario. I'd also like you to keep in mind that this is a nuclear reactor. That's kind of all they're supposed to do. Especially this one. What I'm building is a research reactor, which technically is a commercial one. But the funny thing, right? Funny thing about this reactor is that you can't actually make a production reactor. They just don't exist. What am I even bothering? You also don't have to put a lid on this. The why is simple, because you don't, and they will not tell me why. I also mess around with the industrial chiller. I like the industrial chiller, it gets me. Go, and yes, I assure you this is all necessary for safety. Believe it or not, I don't actually like rebuilding the reactor every time it blows up. What I will say also is that I'm a little tired of this thing blowing itself up. And no, I don't need the power out. It's a research reactor at the end of the day, and apparently that... Alright, let me just do some clarification. In this mod pack, fuel... Well, nuclear reactors in this pack don't actually produce power via heat. They just don't. Do you think this was a good place to show up to? Out of curiosity, sir? Or let me collect my thoughts, because I just started streaming, because I realized I could make okay content. And yes, I assure you, exposed fuel rods are perfectly safe in the open in this pack. Emphasis on the in this pack. Okay, well, so, what am I trying to say? Essentially, I'm trying to make this reactor better than the lava to steam recipe. And it turns out this recipe is much better than I originally gave it credit for. As you know, I gave it a lot of credit, so that should say plenty. Now I put a tank. I'm just gonna quickly build up a steam power plant for reference. I would have showed you the old one, but that one's kind of, on vacation. Oh, actually, no, wait. Some of it did survive. Well, then, guess we might as well use it. I did need that steam, didn't I? Well, I could use a reactor's power, but that's kind of far away, so... Nah. Somehow the refiner's like the only thing that didn't get destroyed by the reactor. I have no idea why. Of all things, I would think that would be the first thing to go, considering its proximity to the reactor. And yeah, the reactor was closer to the ocean initially. But it turned out it was just fine. Guess who am I to question it? Let me just accumulate some steam real quick. Oh, no, I have no idea how to use this menu. If you know, tell me. I would like to know. No, down here. Good. If anything, that's really far from its origin block. Not my problem. Well, maybe it is. Oh, no, it did destroy the refiner. It's just the model's not gone. Yeah, that's somehow freakier. Wait, the refinery block is still operational? Wait, that means the refinery isn't fully destroyed, it's just... It's never received the errand to actually disassemble itself. Weird. But who am I to disagree? Well, apparently I can restore it. And it has power. And it's not running. Guess it still expects its friend to be operational, so I probably should put that back. I think a reactor blowing up kind of confused the game. Oh well, it's fine. Considering how that's actually set up, I'd have to assume it did. And orders to normal. Okay. Actually, yeah, it seems to have fully restored itself. Oh! Now it's coming back to life. And I didn't put the drain pipe, so it instantly died. That was my fault, to be fair. Actually, I kind of wanted to... whatever. I'm not fixing that. The funny thing is I wouldn't have fallen if I didn't do that. But here we can see some nice calm steam power. And I found the maximum. Oh, wow, that filled really fast. 14 is like the best efficiency. You stay in the premium range, and it's about 5,000 RF per tick. The downside is the reactor doesn't keep up, and this will slowly drain over time. But I guess it wouldn't be too, but it's so slow, I mean, it would be very inefficient otherwise. But let's show what the reactor can do. Has to be good, right? Well, first off, confetti, I never configured it. There it goes, confetti, first off. Second off, yeah, it's lower. At least these things actually cap the temperature. So I guess if you plan to run this thing above 0, which would make sense, these are necessary. Another for testing, you can see here that it generates a bunch of heat, and these get more efficient the hotter it is. However, they're not very good at their jobs, and the reactor still wants to overheat. Which is to say, unless you want to do short bursts like this, you're not going to be doing too well. Also, we're underpowered, so clearly there needs to be something done here. Needs to be at least unstable. So I could try and fit one more of these in, but they're only going to get less efficient the more I add. Alternatively, I could use ice, but ice has a lower max temperature, which means it's not as good. Simply put. At least ice is like the cheapest fuel you could use, so. Yeah, well. We can sure dream. Well, let me show you that ice is just not really the answer here. It's just not as good as using those vents. If anything, it's actually more dangerous to not use them. And yeah, they're all running. It's just they don't absorb as much heat. And because of that, they'll actually never reach an equilibrium, making these significantly more dangerous. And no, the reactor doesn't produce more power with them either. So I have to assume that these quad rods, while being more expensive than the other tiers, are just not as stable. Which means I'm not going to jump into the reactor, where technically this time it's not running, and do a fuel rod swap. And now I think I actually have too much coolant. Because apparently everything but the quad stack actually doesn't use much coolant at all. Should be working. Yeah, and it's stable. By a lot. Turns out these smaller ones are really not that potent. Yeah, they're only making 12, and these things cool 16. Well, they're supposed to if they were even running. Which is to say that this reactor is actually now underpowered. In fact, I could even double these up and still be well within margins of just one of these. I don't really want more chillers. Yeah. Apparently, this is a perfectly safe reactor. Video games, am I right? Well. I guess if it doesn't want to explode, it's fine, but... You know, for all the work that goes into actually running one of these, it feels a little underwhelming. And each one of these cells actually, ironically, takes quite a bit of copper at the rate you'll actually burn them. And that is if you're running a lot of them. To try and argue with Steam, that is. So, yeah. Certainly does leave something to be desired, but fuel pellets, that's what I was doing. And now watch as this runs perfectly safely. Yep. Oh, now suddenly it's even more efficient. And well, this seems all well and good. Right? Seems all nice. The only problem is, 2K, compared to this power source, is, well, now it runs dry, but once this finishes making more, now it will spool right the hell back up. And, yep, that's 5K. Essentially, I want to make it better than just running one of these every once in a while. And that's the maximum the pipe it can actually discharge, by the way. So, yeah. And I'm just doing this because maybe I would want to keep the acid from it. You never know, ore washing is extremely valuable. Alternatively, I could just skip high tier ore washing and just use water. That would actually increase the efficiency on this thing. Observe. As this refiner now becomes very angry for some reason. It should be able to just run like this. But again, this mod's a little quirky at times. Are you gonna run? Nope. Nice. I'm pretty sure we've now browned out. I'll deal with that soon. I need to get the block anyways. Oh, I guess there was leftover power in those cables. Or something. Huh. You actually need to get rid of the sulfuric acid from this. Oh, I was reading it wrong. I'm trying to double the steam production. So in an ironic way, you literally can't even do this because it's too efficient. You need sulfuric acid production, or else you'd be producing 128. Well then. It's actually too efficient if you only have one module, because it would try to produce twice the amount at once. And now we're producing double sulfuric acid. As opposed to also making shield fire. Huh. Interesting. And shield fire just makes more lava. An Enderman. His llama seems fine. Oh, not him though. I'm just surprised that something like this performs worse than something as cheap and easy and safe as this. Yes. Nigh limitless power for no effort. Now, there is one slight downside of this. It kind of does that. To be fair, it refills pretty much as fast and lasts a good while, but admittedly, I wouldn't like to do that. The only downside is it's actually, I'm pretty sure, less efficient if I do make it better. If I do this, then I'm pretty sure this is going to cap out at over 100% and be less efficient. Or no, it's going to go higher, lowering its efficiency, and now we're barely hitting 4K. So in a weird way, less engines makes this significantly less efficient. Which is really funny to me. So yes, make this actually efficient. I mean, I guess I'm making steam, and, you know, you could just chuck down a single battery, God forbid, so. Now it forces it all to move. And, yeah. This is the optimal way to actually make, you know, sulfuric acid or shield fire from the lava recipe. Yes, optimal. This is what you're supposed to do. Which I find to be quite conceptually irritating. That this is the best form of power. Should that be looking for the bot? Ah, whatever. Wouldn't be the first weird thing this mod has done. And even though technically this isn't super efficient of how it works, I mean, yeah, it's a lot of power, and then, you know, it's like half of this thing's max, which is ridiculous. And then when this does spool a little low, I mean, so what? Right, now it's gonna be in a bit of a drown out. And it bumps right back up, so as long as you have a small buffer, you'll pretty much never overpower that thing. And plus, Refiner always has its internal battery, so it's pretty much completely self-sufficient at almost, it's like 4.5k power, probably more. I don't get this thing, man. I could do that again, and boom, it's not too good. And don't worry, yeah, you're perfectly allowed to just operate on this thing at your own desire. Oh, and also, if you break the controller, it just stops complaining entirely. Not sure why, but it does. And there's no passive cooling, so don't think that's a convenient way to cool things down. It's not. I'll see what the problem with this could be, possibly. It's once reactor, still reactor. Didn't expect to pick up leather, I'm gonna be honest. Huh, that's a lot better, actually. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that if you don't put blocks around them, the reactor gets really angry. That should make it safer, or maybe it will explode. Who's to say? Nah, we're fine. That one got really fussy, though. Still fine on ice, I guess. Why? Wait, but this, besides it being in its, hot state, missing state, it was more efficient. However, it's a little bit missing at the moment. Is this still running? Look alive, will ya? Alright, well, it's going really well here. Why do I keep lowering the reactor down? Simple, actually. I'm gonna drop it every single time it complains. We're at Y26. This thing complains a lot. I want to see if the internal size of the reactor is actually what makes it angry, and not the amount of fuel you're burning. I mean, to me that doesn't make sense, but you know, maybe it's, who knows. Currently it's embarrassing itself in comparison to Steam, so you know, we're not winning there, but maybe, just maybe, Steam will be defeated. This laughably renewable and stable form of power is better in literally every way, but I'm determined to prove it wrong. Because I think it would be funny. Although I'm no longer laughing, so you know. So remember, safety is important on a reactor. Like I said, the only way to make it good is to provoke it a little. I'm sure the rain will help cool it down. Or probably contaminate more, considering 3 reactors have melted, but you know. Oh, foolish of me. Now it should feel better. It's still running, by the way. That's 1K. So now why is this stable? I don't get it. This is stable, but the other one wasn't? I don't like it. Don't worry, I'm planning on moving it anyways. I feel like I'm on the precipice of unlocking some huge milestone. Possibly, maybe even rivaling Steam. Nah, I'm kidding, it's gonna have to be bigger than this. which I still think is bogus, but whatever. Could always use the better fuel rods, but, well, those ones don't impress me. Unless you count this crater, then they kind of impressed me. Also, the glassing in the desert was a nice touch. Plunk you in, and that should be stable, I think. And it's not working. Okay, now it should be stable. Yeah, it's totally stable. What do you know? And we shall look at that power output. Finally. Something good. However, there's a minute issue. I don't know how efficient this really is. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to collect all the fuel. All over again. Except for 2, which I'm going to let burn up. While I renovate. I don't believe the height of this reactor actually matters. I said it. I don't think it's any more efficient. And there's the second bit of fuel, so this is kind of useless. I think I confused it. Not my problem. Oh, right, now I can actually, make the reactor short again. It's not that I think these casings are super expensive, per se, it's just that I don't really want to build them all. At least it sounds cool while doing it. Yeah, that has to have accounted for something. They're way less powerful. Way less interesting. Well, the heat production seems to be similar. Also, to craft these, to craft one of these, you need one of these. Those are 4 diamonds. Or 2 blocks of diamond. Or 2 diamond ore blocks. Which is to say, they're really expensive. Has it turned off yet? It's the good fuel, you know? Did I just somehow upgrade that during use? The fuck? And it's angry. I don't get it, man. Well, good news is it burnt out already. Bad news is there's other fuel burning, and I don't think that counts. Here goes another reactor. I was really kind of joking about that, but, Yeah. Hmm. I guess there's always those normal shitty fuel rods. And I say that jokingly. They're actually really good, but... Or maybe good. I don't know. This thing perplexes me. I've used quite a few video game reactors. That does not mean I'm qualified in any way with real ones. But... Yeah. Normally they're not this grumpy. I could use these because they're really cheap. I just don't think they produce enough power to be good. Those other ones produce way too much heat. And keep in mind, it's only for twice the power, so... We're not winning any efficiency rewards right now. I genuinely cannot be bothered. Well, it's running. Safely, mind you. You could just have it so you manually insert the fuel, I just don't think it's as safe. Yeah, look at these things. They're barely doing anything. And they're less efficient with the fuel for some reason. Any second now? Nope. Ah, much better. However, this bin would have to be 5 times taller. To be fair, I don't think it uses more fuel, it's just super expensive. I have to be doing something wrong, I have to. Because this thing is utterly useless otherwise. Which, admittedly, is probably the case either way. But, at least give me the illusion. You know? And while I'm searching this up, I'm seeing a little pop-up from Deep Humor, and frankly, I really, I really should just mention something about how bad age verification is. I'm not sure why I haven't, because frankly, I certainly should have, but we really need to stop this whole age verification privacy violation that's going on. Oh, I popped up. Like, we need to stop this age verification from happening. Because apparently it's invaded Minecraft, and I've even heard... Here's an ironic thing that I've heard from all of this. Apparently, the Lazy Mat Man, an absolutely incredible creator, check him out for daily Binding of Isaac runs. Honestly, great content. Screams a lot, very funny. Apparently one of his videos by the YouTube AI got marked for kids. Binding of Isaac's an M-rated game, so... Maybe it should have judged that before it said it was for kids, but whatever. Age verification, oh, it's such a
This is the complete guide to
Anyways.
Oritech reactors, starting off with the components, how to make small and safe reactors, and then we're going to look at medium and large size reactors so that you don't have a nuclear meltdown like the one behind me.
Counterpoint, lava. Yes.
Easy mathematical calculation running still, and if they run out of coolant, they may explode. Ever want to turn off your reactor, just delete or take out the controller is a great... So, as you can see here, I've got two single reactor...
Why? There's an off switch on these, you
rods,
know?
and I've put my fuel ports on top of them. I'm then going to put two heat absorbers either side, and this is your active cooling. And I can put a port on top of here, and this inside I'm going to put ice. So these are how you use the ports. Now let's have a look at the other components. So we have some passive cooling as well, which are heat pipes and heat vents. I'm not going to go over the crazy mathematical calculations that go behind these, but I will explain them in kind of layman's terms. So first up, let's look at the reactor heat pipe. These absorb heat from neighbouring fuel rods. So nearby fuel rods like these reactor rods. These will actually absorb the heat from them, and then they're going to spread that heat to nearby heat vents, to these. So imagine you have your heat being generated in here, which then get absorbed by the heat pipes, which dissipate them to the vents to vent out the heat. So the vents, these are actually going to remove heat from the nearest hottest component, which could be a pipe, for instance. The hotter the component that it's removing it from, the more heat that will actually be removed. We then have heat absorbers, which is your active cooling, and you know it's active because it needs a port on top, which is where you input ice. These actually remove a fixed amount of heat from all nearby components. This does mean that it's more efficient when it's surrounded completely by components that need cooling. However, it will need a constant supply of ice or blue or packed ice in the coolant port above it in order to actually work. So just to recap, we have our reactor controller, which is how we access our reactor. We have the reactor walls. We have the reactor rods, which is where you put in your nuclear fuel, and you need a fuel port on top of that. We have the heat absorbers, which remove a fixed amount from each side around. So I'm going to put on my controller. I'm then going to get some heat pipes, because this is a very small one. All I need is some pipes like this. You don't need to put the heat pipes up here. It'll actually say that the reactor is not compatible if you do that. It's only the fuel rods and absorbers that need the port on top. So basically, everything will be one lower, and then you have your ports on top for those things. Cool. If I now look at the reactor, you can see I can actually access it via the control panel, and I can also look at these items here and see how much heat, etc., is coming out of them. You can see here the RF being produced is 0, the hottest part is 0 Celsius, and the heat being produced is 0. It's idle, and we have nothing being made. I can go into my fuel port, and I can actually go into here, pellets. You can make small uranium pellets, which are basically made from uranium pellets. These are smaller versions. It won't be as hot, so it could be a way of making it cooler, but less efficient, or sorry, less power.
That's not how that works. They produce the same heat, just for a smaller duration of time. They make technically less heat, but they burn up quicker, therefore you can moderate it faster with
Powerful
redstone.
Reactor. You've then got uranium pellets.
He's not even using
We then have small plutonium. And plutonium. If you're not sure how to make these kind of materials and you're not sure how to use Oritech, then check out in the description below. I'll put my ultimate guide to Oritech. I've got quite a lot of guides on Oritech, so just check out the Oritech playlist on my channel, and I'll put that in the description too. When I first made my ultimate guide, the reactor didn't exist, hence why I'm making this this new tutorial now. I actually had a lot of comments on my Oritech series asking for the reactor guides, so if you guys need any other guides for it, or something new has come out that I'm not aware of, just comment down below. A lot of the tutorials I do are by request in the comment section, and I really encourage you to do that because it gives me new ideas, so it's kind of a nice for you, nice for me. So, I'm going to put in uranium pellets into here. You can see the coolants are working. If I look in the reactor control panel, you can see the hottest part is basically 0. This is really well cooled. And the RF we're making is 128 RF per...
If a nuclear reactor is at 0 degrees Celsius, you have a problem. That means it's not running.
tick, and it is stable. We know it's stable because the heat is staying
0 is probably the
really
safest.
What I can then do is use this item, a reactor neutron reflector. Looks like this. This actually increases the efficiency of nearby fuel rods. So I could put one in the middle here because it's touching this fuel port or rod and this rod, increasing their efficiency. Meaning suddenly we've doubled how efficient they are because it's touching this side and this side.
Did not show that.
And now we're making 256 RF per tick.
And besides him thinking heat pipes were actually necessary in this reactor, okay, this is burning itself out. Alright, I'm gonna try an experiment. And hopefully the reactor does something interesting. But then, I mean, I want to see this number get much bigger. I'm just gonna start modifying it now. What's the worst thing that happens? It explodes first time. And it's done. So essentially I would move this like this. Not using heat pipes because that seems like a lot of work. Then I take this surprisingly glowing reflector, because apparently not only neutrons but also photons get reflected. I'm not even going to pretend to understand what that's all about. And chuck in some fresh ice. And apparently this should now work. No. No, it's actually getting really angry. Okay, well that's exciting, you know? Can you like not be angry then? Here, just cool off a little bit. Alright, so those things do help a lot actually. Not sure why my testing say won't, but plonk some more down. Give them both a little bit of nice. Don't drop that. But he's not kidding. If you do need to abort a test, you can just rip out the control panel. Exploding? No. Stable and inefficient. Wow. It's the same. And this one's cooler, I think. What? If it's as... Guess my implementation must be incorrect. Alright, I don't believe that, but okay. Apparently those reflectors actually are useful.
Fuel zero. This is really well cooled. And the RF we're making is 128 RF per tick, and it is stable. We know it's stable because the heat is staying really low. What I can then do is use this item, a reactor neutron reflector. Looks like this. This actually increases the efficiency of nearby fuel rods, so I could put one in the middle here because it's touching this fuel port or rod and this rod, increasing their efficiency. Meaning suddenly we've doubled how efficient they are because it's touching this side and this side, and now we're making 256 RF per tick. We've doubled the efficiency of our reactor. And there we go. You have now made a basic reactor. I'm just going to hover over the top here so you could take a screenshot or anything if you need. So just to go over it again, there is the two fuel rods here, single. So just to go over, so I could put one in the middle here because it's touching this fuel, doubled the efficiency.
But that is still a pitifully low amount of power.
Our reactor. And there we go. You have now made a basic reactor.
I think
So
that's
just going
worse
to hover over
than
the
a
top here
single
so
steam
you can take
engine.
screenshot or anything if you need. So just to go over it again, there is the two fuel rods here, single fuel rods. 4 out, it is going to start heating up. So do be careful of letting it run out of ice. There is a chiller, I think it's called, in Oritech to make ice as well in the mod. You can also wall off the top of the reactor. You don't actually have to. A lot of you are probably going to, though, so that it would look like this. And you could just see the ports sticking out. That does mean that you can put an item pipe into the fuel port here for your uranium and your ice. If you're wondering about how to get the actual power out, there is a energy port which outputs the energy of the reactor. So what I would probably do is just plonk that one in the middle and have your RF roll there. Have I got a mechanism in here? What I would do is connect up your energy pipe here onto the port, and you'd have item pipes going into the coolant and fuel ports like that. And that is how you would connect your reactor to your energy cells or whatever you're connecting it to. Exact same reactor, just I've made it a lot taller. So it's actually 1, 2, 3, 4 tall rather than 1 with the ports on top. If I add a controller into here, make sure that it has got everything it needs, rather than making 256 per tick, this is making 1024 per tick because it is 4 times as tall. You can just
Which
keep
I
building
have
them
seen.
up with the same design and it'll be fine. I just like to delete the controllers because that's how this meltdown happened here. Is I was filming the tutorial and then my coolant ran out because also I'm not pumping any in. Okay, now let's look at a
Hoppers.
much bigger
Okay.
version. So this one, at just 1 height, makes 1024 per tick. Obviously, if you made it 4 height like this, it would make 5,000 per tick.
That's
And
still
this
not
is
enough.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11. This is an 11 by 11. I'm just going to hover over the top here in case you want to take a screenshot or
What
copy
the
the.
hell did he do? It's all heat pipes. And then whatever is not a heat pipe is a heat vent. And vents are only efficient. Like, oh, I have problems. Vents get more efficient the hotter it is. So him using chillers and vents means he's actually screwing his vents over by trying to cool the reactor regardless. Oh boy. At least it's fuel efficient, but wait. Maybe not. It's only like twice the efficiency of mine. And mine produces more power than his, so it's maybe only 1/4 more? That's not impressive, considering how much bigger it is. And it still has yet to actually prove better. And that's right between the fuel rods, and it's off. So if I do this, it's not cooling as much as I thought, but I think it's because it's all in sync. Now, reactor neutron reflectors, unless they're broken, they're not doing anything. So, obviously, it leads a man to ask, what if I just chuck the heat pipe right in the middle? Now, you would think it would do nothing, but I thought a lot of things about this reactor, and none of that really worked. Well, it's, even. And it's less efficient. Seems like an air gap. No, now I made it worse. Huh? Was it helping? I don't know. Does anyone remember there's solar panels in this pack? I don't. Oh, it was helping. No, it wasn't helping. So what is it? Do you only need to place it once? I don't know. If I do a random block and then remove it, will that be as efficient? No. But then if I place this in, check the well, I mean, technically that would be if it's still in there. Then if I check and then rip it out, then that shouldn't be more efficient. But it is! So there's some weird, like, non-register, there's a weird missing bit here. You know what I think it is? I think air does, like, this has a value in it that says neutron reflector 1. And I think normal blocks set it, like, if there's a block in there, it sets it to 0. This sets it to 1. And air doesn't set anything. Therefore, air just doesn't matter. However, even with this, we're not exactly even doubling the power of the damn thing, because these guys should be making 2K, it's making 1500, so, yeah, and the legend up here is still producing way too much power. Another spawned? It's not safe. Oh, he sells gunpowder. Nah, we chill. You know, compared to this thing, its power is significantly lower. Oh, and also it needs fuel, which, you know, kind of sucks or something. Yeah, because we're out of fuel now. Uh-huh. Which now means that it's about to burn out. I mean, it's technically more efficient this way. Maybe. Alright, I'm gonna do my own test now. Fuck it, might as well, right? What if I only put neutron reflectors on the outside of the reactor? At least cooling will be more efficient. Not like that's the hard part, but you know. Oh wait, they were out. It's fine, don't worry. So if I do something as sketchy as this, is it gonna be just as safe? Probably. I don't really see why it wouldn't be as safe. Which does irk me, but, you know. If I do this... I'm not sure why I'm in this inventory. This, and then this. Apparently being in this menu does reset it from the modded area, which is strange. Anyways, do this. And it wants to explode. But not all of them. This one's perfectly fine. Is there just not enough coolant in this? And now you've taken a fresh fuel, which doesn't make any sense. Why you weren't burning already. And now it's stable! What if I do this? It's basically the same except with more neutron reflectors and less ice. And it's very angry. And now I have to clear them from the cache with something random. Or not clear them. Because why on earth would that fix it for once? Shush. It's like if you don't have coolant. And now it's safe. I don't get it. And frankly, I'm just about out of caring for it. I just wanted to know if this would make it better. And the answer is an astonishing, it's significantly worse. Wait. That hit 2K. A little more than 2K, but it's helping. What do you want me to do? Burn out or something. It's fine. Such whiny. Oh god, one's still on. I'm not fixing it. I can't be bothered. That was only half. No, not even half this thing's efficiency. And that's even including the outages. Like, look at this. This is just too good, man. This needs to be nerfed big time, because this should not be what's taking to force it to be better. You good? Oh, no, we're not good. Huh. What is a really simple way of fixing this? You, add in a trash can. I'm not wrong, it does fix it. That will now start equalizing to an equilibrium and get more efficient. The being full on water part's not great, but you know, compared to my basic, this is as good as a basic reactor, and it literally takes a waste product to run. See, I love nuclear power, but this is just infuriating to see just how horribly it is done. Also, no, a nuclear reactor does not make a crater that looks like this. I don't care what you do to it. They don't do this when they detonate. Oops. Heh, diesel. But considering I normally worry about getting rid of diesel or naphtha, it's free energy. God forbid I have to use something a bit stronger. My current base makes more power than this thing. No, it doesn't. My last base had like half of this, and it was. That's so stupid. Actually, I haven't proved my point. In my last base, right, this thing was not producing too much, no. That was worse. Welcome to the mine shaft. And this bad boy. Ho ho. 1. That's not right. Oh yeah, 1K. There we go. Is 1K better than 115? Well, considering this is only a small one, I could make this more than twice as long and it will easily beat it out. And I never surpassed this thing's power production. In fact, I'm even trying to maximize it. Oh, also it is in the horribly inefficient state. And funny enough, since this thing outputs wastewater, you could actually make a base in the nether that uses one of these. Because if you think about it, right? If this wastewater, if it makes water as a waste product, you can do refining with it. Like you can do refining over there. You can run an industrial chiller in the nether, which I think is hilarious. Infinite power. Why is that spinning backwards? Yeah, if it doesn't break, it's fine. Ah, I guess I was making a lot of that. I don't know. In terms of power, I don't think you can go wrong with lava. Like, it's so efficient, too. And free acid as well. Or shield fire, depends what you want. You just get less acid if you do shield fire. So, yeah. That was 1K. The reactor was doing 1K before it blew up at 2K. But I could just double that thing's length, and we're at the same point. Uh-huh. Tell me about it. Now, for something like this, I stepped on my mouse. Yes, I get the implication of that. No, I don't care. Yeah. And steam would be better for this because steam never turns off, so that's the baseline power production. You even have a good amount of lava already at the base, and easily expandable. So, yeah. You could always just slap efficiency modules on those or something. What can I say? I'm just not impressed. In the slightest. Well, I think it worked. Yes, yes it did. Whoa, that guy has armor. And a sword? And a child? Oh, shoot. I don't think they can find me up here. What? Poison will probably only give it regeneration, if I'm not mistaken. Hard. And I'm really curious, right? If I take this off, that still looks... Actually, I think I like this better in terms of lighting. Did it just die from fall damage? Yes? Oh, I was crouching. Makes sense. This one actually brought food, sillies. Eliminate the child. You have a free carrot. Huh. How did I block that? Oh, that's nifty. Oh, that's not very dangerous. I mean, listen. I like the efficiency of, you know, not my problem. Did that just launch an arrow at me? A free ominous key. We're gonna be eating well tonight, boys. Mainly because of the baked potatoes. Also, I have a nuke on me, so if I ever get really angry, I could just, you know, accidentally sneeze. Wow, that was a lot of shit. Alright, onwards. This is progress, people. You guys don't know I'm here, dude. What the? Diamonds! And he fell. And he fell. And they fell. Okay. That's personal preference. What the? Setting us on fire? No. very much like to not burn to death today. Using, they say. Listen, that guy has a backpack, it's not fair. What? Why is there just a water bucket? Okay, I should have blocked that, you know. Okay. To be completely honest, I'm not exactly trying to block or protect myself, and I'm not using the best food I have. What's this called? Feather falling? That's great. Hi. What the? There's a fire. You, sure you're okay? I'm sure that was just not my problem. Yeah, I'm sure they'll figure it out. Power of friendship. Not sure how that did. You the. Weakness. That makes sense. Can't stop the flying shield. Well, I'm using now. What the? Oh, hi. This shield's not going to last. I never thought I would have to focus on Minecraft combat outside of PvP. The thing is, this guy gets juggled pretty hard. Speed feels great. There's more. I mean, regen's kinda cool and all, but there's better things in life. The slimes aren't really dangerous until I found with their bowls. Alright, that's this room cleared. Did they drown? Yes. Couldn't see there's too many things. I'm sure using ammo. Keep in mind there's actually no convenient way to make arrows in this game. You know, I might not like, gun mods or weapon mods or stuff, but it's moments like these which really makes me appreciate how much easier they make things. Oh boy. A golden carrot. Uh-huh. You don't say. So I could have sworn there was two. Ah, might as well do the ice trials. Where on earth were you aiming with that one? Is this Sparta? No? So it literally is shooting at me. Cool. Thanks. Seems to do the fusing effect pretty damn well. Now they're infighting. Gun him down. Strength. Yeah, friendship. You good guys? Also, now I'm getting all the strength potions. I don't need it, they're fighting each other. Make my life easy, won't you? Then God smited them. Yeah, strength feels great. Sure is a lot of regen. Could make a whole centrifuge with these bottles. Yeah, that is the first thing that comes to my mind. Well, I need to combo this guy. Oh, contact. I know I have fall damage resistance, and these guys are not that hard to deal with like that, but... So what was the plan on that jump? The ominous. Yeah, you know, I can't really carry all of this. Plastic's going in the bag. How about I make blocks of emerald suddenly? I am very wealthy. Heavy core, please. Please. I beg you. The only reason I'm not mad is because diamonds are good. And for reference, there's a lot of these cores in this trial, so... And they're immediately infighting. I want it to be known that this was not my fault. God damn it. What the hell does he have a problem with? Holy shit, they keep fighting each other. That's just more food. I mean, thanks, I guess. I don't need food this time, but I do appreciate it. And that should be this entire trial chamber cleared. This is a small one, mind you. I have dug for uranium and trial chamber and then uranium. So we're off to adventure the next trial chamber at the end of this really long tunnel. Those zombies have still yet to despawn. Weird. There it is. Not a long fly at all. Battery looks just fine. Here we are. Oh shit. Those are spiders. Which I think are actually the easiest combatants. Because they can't poison me. That's the whole reason you would fear this room. Not sure why I have poison immunity, but it sure is nice. What the hell? There's so many. Can we not, please? Okay, so there's a lot of spiders is what I'm getting. Oh god, there's a lot of spiders, help. What are you doing? How did I get knocked in? Well, here's enjoying using regen. Well, I'm still alive. For a golden carrot. You know, to be honest, some of this loot's just not really worth it in my opinion. But that's okay. There's a lot of slime balls. You want to spawn live spiders, huh? Not really seeing a lot of spiders. Nor options. Oh, they're a source of XP, aren't they? There's one spider that's missing apparently, and I don't know where. Sounds like it's really close to me, but I don't know. It's almost like it's on the ceiling or something. Oh, there it is. Why are you up there? Yeah, I have a whole farm now. It's like, food is like the least, necessary thing to give. However, these slime balls. I like slime balls, they're a great way to remove fall damage as well. With, slime blocks. Uh, you know. Considering I haven't died in here yet, I'd say I'm doing pretty well. That's scratching my nose. What? Well, that's not exactly reassuring. I have the resources to make a new one. Maybe I should do that out of combat. Nah. Why? Not a coward. There we go. Ow. Okay, so I certainly have iron. Okay. Perfect. The recipe is the same. I know I can use banners, no, I can repair them. No. But, bright side, got a shield back. This is what I like wearing a crafting table for. Oh, it's this area. I forgot how to get back here last time. Husks. Brilliant. I think they're holding a sword, it doesn't matter, but... Alright, I need a better plan. I need a better plan. And I have a perfect one. Essentially, it's just cheating. Since I have the ability to just straight up fly, it's fine. Oh, okay, I like yellow then. I knew it. So peaceful. Oh wait, I'm in combat, aren't I? Did that one not get activated properly? My potion ran out. I've been here a long time. Bam. I had no idea. This should last ages. Yeah, it does. It's like, 90 minutes, I think. Well, sorry for the wait. Anywho. Did it just reset itself? That one did. That one absolutely did. Ah, yes. I like this pickaxe because it's funny to me. Fuck it. Heavy core. That's... Really? Actually... I'm giving up a lot of flight here, but that might be better. Also, yes, I am angry that that didn't work either. What a damn reflex. By the way, those do not ever restock. You know there's only one right answer here, right? Well, I got humbled pretty fast. By the way, my shield apparently broke. What? You know, now that I think about it, I think one of the reasons I don't normally like going for like, or for a long period of time, I didn't like using like guns or weapons or anything in these kinds of like games. I think one of the main reasons why I didn't like doing that for such a long period of time was simply because Minecraft taught me that ammo is like really hard to get. So obviously, I never want to spend arrows. I know I'm using a lot right now, but that's just because there's a lot dropped here. The crafting recipe involves you ranch chickens and then break 1,500 shovels on, get this, gravel of all resources. It just does not feel good at all to get arrows in this game. And so it completely ruins it. I know that's part of the design, I don't like it. Also, I don't think there's an easy way to get more bottles, so... You know, don't blame me if I want to go a little bit faster. All that work for literally just more food. Why did I ever build that farm is what I have to wonder. That doesn't look right. Hold on, hold on. Also, where did my shield come back from? Huh. Oops, no jetpack. Yippee, that's so good. Who knows? Guess this gives you use to pillager raids. Oh wait, bolts are limited. It doesn't even matter. Also, you really feel the projectile protection. I feel like I can't even get hit by these guys. Might as well, right? Bottles? You know, suddenly I'm not as mad about that. I have to assume that loot's somewhat better. This book is for sharpness 5. That's going on my axe for certain. Not sure what killed him. You know, the only difference between us is I don't play fair. feel like those are supposed to generate loot, but something ain't working. That is what I want to see. Oh boy, potatoes. Yippee. Is there even a thing in this one? The ominous? Yeah, I'm assuming those chests bugged out. Well, these are just mild inconveniences, is that what they are? So I have an ominous key. There's no vault in this room, it doesn't seem. I don't know, they like to make these vaults a little inconvenient to reach at times. Like these stairs. Like this area? Looky looky. Do these never restock? Because I'm very tempted to just, knock it out. This is why you don't gamble, kids. The reward is never worth it. Now I could use a particle accelerator, but I don't have a real particle accelerator, so guess not. Actually, I think this trial has been beaten. This might have reset by now. Nah. But you know what has reset? Bet you anything, the other trial has reset fully. I don't know what's gonna be worse to get, ominous vaults or ominous keys at this point, because the vaults, I can make the I can get the keys apparently, no problem. Well, ish. I'd have to find a source of ominous bottles, but on the other hand, the vaults are, they're rare. I can go back here, and it's done for good. Guess we'll find out. Child with the diamond sword is gonna kill me. Yeah, flight makes these easier. Big mistake, Buster. think I just need to run for this entire trial. Now, I know that's not going to make it easier, but I have a very sound reason for this. It's that these spawners want to go off again. And my thing is not going to last very long. Therefore, I want to get all the ominous keys I can while I still have this active. See? Now, I do see why this might be good. Oh, these are on cooldown? Oh boy. Yeah, bows. Not fast. Nope, now you messed up, Bow. Ah, everyone hates him. Oh, but a fire appeared. Is that a speed one? Yep, you bet. Alright, let's not get too caught up in there. Still is the ice room to go to. Eh. Poof. That's just that one final room that I wasn't able to trigger yet. It's still on a cooldown. 45 seconds, 13 minutes. Well, I can deal with these guys. I don't remember this room having zombies, though. If anything, you're gonna be further back? Yep. Alrighty. Hallway it is. Completely fruit. Okay. Nope. Where's your cobalt shield when you need it, right? Actually, I normally make obsidian shield. Don't think that should be helpful, though. To go out of my way for that. Taking this backstage? Nah. How does this even burn? It doesn't even look organic. I'm not sure if someone's already made a picture of it, but someone should absolutely, someone should absolutely just, you know, de-rust the entire trial chamber in like creative mode or something, and be like, here's what the trial chamber actually looks like. And it's just like so weird because it's all orange. 'Cause if you think about it, the trial chamber should be purely orange, because that's color copper. That is my chainsaw. Please get that back. I forgot about this vault. You know what? It's probably in the hallway. Let me check. It was, and it gave nothing. I guess I have been going through food pretty fast, but really it's just not really doing anything useful though. Yeah, that's a bit of a shame. I only had that much. I mean, the bow is one thing, but come on. I wouldn't exactly dispute this, and I was just thinking in my head, well, potions are limited, so you'd have to keep restocking. Yeah, about that. Apparently that's in the pool. Also, no ominous key makes me sad. I think it shot the breeze and died. Yes. Half a screen of dialogue. Beautiful. He's slimed everywhere. I don't see how that's helping me. Hmm. How splendid. I do not believe this one has the slot for an ominous key. I certainly know where I can find a slot for one that I've not used. And nothing too good. I'm literally filling up on storage. Oh god. Yeah, at least I got flow and windburst. These trials, man. More psychological than anything actually challenging. Counterpoint. Maybe it's just me and my mentality, but I don't really like the idea of having to gamble for rewards. If I did the hard thing, I want my reward guaranteed. Maybe it's just that I like things easy, but I don't know. I think those are starting to respawn already. Well, I'd rather go to the other vault. Well, I can still spawn even more enemies. Spiders. Now I do see the problem with trying to build and unlock a vault while covered in spiders. Counterpoint. Maybe I really want that key thing. You know what, this can wait. I'll actually make the right decision for once, you guys. That's weird loading bay. Ominous? Nope. Oh, my thing ran out. Alright, now there's literally no reason to explore. This also means I can play it slower with arrows. Another ominous. Good, that's why I overexplored. Considering I bridged here. Nope. Some of these do have stuff, like a block of iron. Oh boy, you know what that means. Funny. So dumb. I am out of inventory, so yeah. Battery cake. That seems to be the goal. Open says me. And yeah. I must scream. I don't need a second flow banner. I didn't know this room layout had a spot. How? Seem to have just enough keys for this all. Oh, that's a heavy core. God fucking damn it. I have 3 flow banners. Ah! Let's just say I'm a little bit angry. Just a wee little bit. A super duper small amount bit angry. In fact, I might just be a little super whooper teeny bit angy that I have a Manhattan project in my back pocket and I'm a little displeased. I also have an ignition source. I hope the Turkish trials are have some sort of religious thing because they're sure gonna need to go after what I do here. Nah. Fuck this mechanic Minecraft. It's too much gambling. See you in hell. Ah! So I guess we're not doing the heavy core. Guess I might have gotten a little bit mad and dropped a nuke, but it's fine. You know why? I can make more. Okay, I'll admit, maybe dropping a nuke in the trial might not have been the best move. I get that. Counterpoint, I was unhappy. Counterpoint, does that mean it's right? There's no one left in there to argue. Not a clue how that works. By the way, with real crossbows, never leave the string pulled back like that. It is not good for them. They will break down. I do not care for a trident, nor 2 loyalty books. If anything, I need normal books. So I'll just be acquiring those by grinding these ones up. I might actually use this. We'll use that. Certainly want to use that one. Loyalty. Sharpness. Bad. Yes. You have something you want to add? Uh, Sharp saw. Funny. Pain. It is mine, friend. Although I have a lot of emeralds, which I don't plan on using. I also have 3 copies of Flow, which I'm sure will absolutely someday get used. To the point where I will make sure to preserve each and every one of them. Each and every one gets to be safely filed away. Yeah, I'm not even remotely mad that I got 3 flow ones. Nope, not even just chucking one in lava. Successfully. Anyways, I'm gonna go bomb the Ender Dragon as well, I think would be a great idea. I mean, if I'm gonna have all of this plutonium, I might as well put it to good use, right? So I'm just gonna start making nukes for combat. Why not, right? There's no downside. I mean, sure I won't survive, but that's what Keep Inventory was made for. Cheating? Well, yeah, obviously. playing the game the way I find most fun. And maybe that involves a few nukes. What can I say? Impaling. Well, now I kind of want a trident. And this is why I kept that Loyalty 2 book. Who knows, maybe it will be funny. I am scared. Apparently this is a book. Yes, I'm gonna need... No. I have too many of those. Alright. I'm gonna need more of these, actually. Speaking of which, if only I had a convenient source. Oh wait! I totally do. You're not full of water, perchance. No, you're full of plastics. A little awkward, but okay. At least this is useless, but at least this is useful. Cool. Should be everything. Oh, that's a spare centrifuge in progress. You're not running out of juice, are you? Nope. Seems fine with me. This certainly will short it. Yeah. Oh, that frickin' draw rate, man. Youch. Also, no, this farm is not a permanent installation. It's just meant for a nice few quick uses, and that's about it. I want to see if I can safely connect that and not have it explode. That seems like it. I need to make sure this is sustainable or else it will get really annoying. Which it seems to be. And I always have the spare stack and storage in case of an emergency. Does seem to be working. Maybe this is slow. I like that. That makes me happy. Yoink. Literature. Put on my wrench. Well, I tried. Guess I could put stuff on my gear. Not sure how good that would be. Oh, yeah. It's dead. Why are you bitey today? Oh. Because you're in a... Okay, no, that's fair. Huh. Like this is good? And it's dead. Lovely. I know there's a way to make this conveniently. But how? So I can shoot with a laser for full efficiency. Or make it from clumps, and those clumps can be made from ore. Or fragmenting, which makes more ore. Or this, which makes more ore. Alright, so it just means uranium's infinite. As you probably saw before, I don't exactly have high regards for the reactor in this mod. It's a disgrace to nuclear energy. And it's fictional. So I won't be building it. How did nickel clumps get in here? Well, it sounds like my gear's done. Because now we're no longer in that brownout. It's kind of funny every time I charge my gear I enter a brownout, isn't it? Yes. If anything, I should not be making nickel, huh? Oh well. Oh. Never mind. I'm in a good mood suddenly. So you used 7. Or maybe I was too slow. Speaking of which, I need to confiscate some silicone wash. It's for the government. Nah, but well, technically it should be by the government. Need a few more. Just one more. Yep, that's how we make waffles. What? Look at all those silicone waffles. Also, I know I haven't checked chat this whole time. I hope no one's yelled at me about it. Yeah, good. No one has.
The layout of this reactor. So this is about 5 times as powerful
So much empty
as
space.
the first one I showed you. So what we've got in here is I'm using 2 dual fuel rods. So rather than single, I'm using dual ones. And then I'm using 1, 2, 3 active coolers in the middle. And then diagonally, there's 2 more active coolers there. I'm using 2 neutron reflectors to double the efficiency of each of these. Not on the inside, because then it gets too hot. I'm just using 2 on the outside. I'm then dissipating the heat with a lot of heat pipes, venting some in the middle, and then venting some in each corner, as you can see here. And as I said, with just 1 tool, that makes 1,024. If you made it 5 tool, this medium-sized reactor would be 5,000 per tick. If it was 10 tool, you'd be looking at 10,240. And if it was 20 tool, this would be 20,480 per tick from this size reactor here. And that is how you make a good medium-sized reactor. And as you can see here, the heat in here is 45 Celsius. And it's really, really stable. One thing I'd like to show you is that you can actually look on here. Can you see it's going blue where the heat is? There's not really any heat even really getting to the outside. It's a really safe reactor. You could bump one of these up to a quad rod. Just do be careful. I was struggling to get this to be able to be really stable if I put 2 quads in. It is possible, but you'd have to do a lot of fiddling with it. And that, again, is an 11 times 11 reactor. Now we will move on to my ultimate reactor. And remember, you can do these up to 64 by 64. So you could go a lot bigger than this, and this one is only one tall, just because it would take me so long to build, build it up vertically. But this is, again, completely and utterly stable. Took me a good hour or so to really work this one out. And if I just make sure that it is all actually properly cooled, because this is a big one, and I will show you what happens if it goes into nuclear meltdown. If you would like this map, I'm going to put this world download on my Patreon. A link in the description for that, just in case you want to actually go in the world yourself and copy it, etc. I will put a file for this world download. This is on 1.21.1, I think I've done this on. So this is it here, in case you want to take a screenshot or build it yourself. Let me just get a bit further in. And I will also put a screenshot of this in my Discord as well, in case you want just to look at an actual picture of this reactor. But the actual world download will be on Patreon. I'll put it on for free for everyone in Discord. So basically, this one here, what you're seeing here is these 4 rods in the middle here. These are quad rods. There's quad rods in here. Here, 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 and here. I think it's like 21 per side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14. Yes, this is 21 by 21. So you've got 4 quad rods near the middle. I then have 4 absorber ports, so it's all being dissipated. There's 2 outer neutron reflectors on each one, very symmetrical. There's a vent in the middle. There's basically heat pipes, so it basically goes out through these kind of middle pipes, and then some gets vented out. The rest goes kind of outward and gets vented out with another cooler here and some more vents. And that's basically how it works. It's basically looking at pulling the heat outwards towards the edges of the reactor, where on the way it then gets cooled by the ice and also vented in parts along the way as well. What I've then managed to do is put on some dual rods near the outer part as well. So there's another 4 dual rods. I really tried getting it working with quad rods on the outer as well, but I just couldn't get it to stay stable, and it was a bit too dangerous for my liking. So you've got 4 quad rods in the middle, and then 4 outer dual rods near the outermost part. Again, like from the top. And how much does this one make, you may be wondering? With just one layer, it's 4,000 per tick, and it stays really stable at about 500 degrees. To become unstable, you'd need it at about like 2,000-3,000 degrees, and as you can see, it is like super, super, super stable, making 4,000. If you wanted to make this 5 high, it would be 20,480. If you wanted it to be 10 high, so a 10 high one of this would be 40,960. At 20 high would be 81,920 RF per tick. At 40 high, you'd be looking at 163,840. Now, I know this isn't probably a lot compared to what you may be used to if you're playing something like Draconic Evolution or Mechanism, but the developer himself has said that Oritech isn't meant to be doing these gargantuan kind of amounts of energy. He's really designed it so that it actually is meant to work with kind of the Oritech values. And you can see here on the heat, on this one I've designed, and again, these are completely designed by me from scratch. It's coming blue, and again, it doesn't really get to the very most outer part. It kind of gets like down here, you can see, and it gets vented. Down here and gets vented. These ones don't really make much heat at all. It's very nice. These colours will go orange and then red, and then there'll actually be like flames gushing out of it if things go really bad, and eventually will explode, as you see here. And there you go, guys. That is Oritech nuclear reactors. I hope this video was helpful for you. Again, I'm going to put the world download on my Patreon. If you are looking for other mod guides, check out my channel. You go to playlists. You can see I've done quite a lot of different Minecraft mods. In Oritech, I have done a full guide for a lot of the machines in here, including a beginner's guide for Oritech and also an ultimate guide to Oritech as well, which takes you through literally everything, apart from the nuclear reactor, because it came out after I made this, but I've now obviously updated this. What I would do if you're looking for a certain mod is just search it on my channel here, or check out the Magic Mods and Tech Mods playlists that I've got. If I haven't got a mod and you want it covered, please just comment on this video and tell me what mods you want. in the last 3 days alone, people have told me like 5 different mods, and I'm now making them this week. So it really helps me, and then in turn helps you. Thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoy Oritech.
But Steam is better. I might try nuclear. It just depends how much the thing wants. I'm gonna need to make one of these, which means I need platinum. So how many of these am I gonna make? 4. Since I need 8 fibrous. I think that's a sign. I need to stop You can tell the nuke production line is a bit funky. Alright, let's start something actually exciting. I don't know why I'm not letting this run die. Also, just remembered I kinda accidentally maybe got mad at a trial chamber. Probably should go and investigate how that's holding up. I wanna know what this thing does. It looks stupid. Bedrock extractor. It's a big thing to look into. I don't have any leftovers. I could probably cut back on the costs. Well, I tried. So, if I am correct, I had an oopsie daisy, and maybe caused a slight occupational hazard this way. Probably not that big a deal. I mean, come on, it can't be that broken, right? It's probably just a bit dinged. Oh no. Oh. There's no way this got blasted as well. Oh, that's, I don't think I can, talk my way out of this one. Yeah, you know, I don't think that heavy mace will be needed anymore. Something about it being, a little bit antiquated. Oh god. Hey, there's at least some powdered snow that survived. Right? This has got to account for something, right? And then look, there's still chamber. Look, it looks good as new. Look at this. Just like the real thing. Just, good god, don't turn around. Oh, good lord. Oh dear. This is just a ravine, fortunately. This was not caused directly by me. That being said, this might not be me, but this certainly is. Oh no. I sure hope those guys had. I sure hope they had insurance with this thing, cause they're certainly gonna need it. In fact, it was so bad that this water didn't even figure it out yet. Nor did this lava. Anyways, so Major Jing, this is the opinion of the trial chambers. Or what's left of it. I'm not gonna lie, it's actually disorientating. There's so much damage, but I'm pretty sure this is the way in. Looks like the way in. It was the way in. Okay, okay. It's fine. It's just a little dinged up. I'm sure it's fine. I didn't get mad. I just misclicked. We're never going back down here again. Before anyone asks who it was, for legal reasons, this sign is pointing to someone else. So it was not me. That I can assure you of. See, it's not even pointing towards my base at all, it's pointing in that direction. It couldn't have possibly been me. Nope, not me. Nope, would never be. Something seems to be wrong with the power grid. Nope, just that slow, huh? Yep. Oh, food. Been a while since I've had any melons, but baked potatoes should keep me fed just fine. Yep, look at that go. Look, I'm farming, it's fine. That was never an actual problem that occurred. Ignore my help bar, I swear it's not gonna happen again. 2 more times. Anyways. Oh, I need 8. Artificial brilliance. Did I not have that achievement? Well, I have to assume not. If I'm not mistaken, it's useful in some stuff. I also want to know what this is. I just don't know. So surprisingly not that much. Oh, I actually need to kill creepers. Because I used all of my gunpowder. It was great if I had a wandering trader who sold gunpowder, but I don't. If I'm not mistaken, that's the hardest part of the recipe. Really. That's such a large loot pool. Great. Land, shipwreck, dungeons, cool. I just need to add a mod to add the recipe for gunpowder. Something. So annoying to make. Well, there's one nuke, once I get the dynamite needed. Apparently there's other ways of crafting these. Nope. Of these. Yep. I don't see the point in this recipe. That wants an overcharged crystal. Guess I better get to work on that. Funny, this run I'm using a lot more processors. that moves in and out. Hmm. One thing at a time. This needs so much power. I don't know what's worse. That or that from afar, because it doesn't have a full fall off. I got pushed quite far. Oh, that's why. I also need some copper as well. So, guess I'm binding this. Reasons to like the fragment forge. Alchemy. For a rare metal, this stuff's a little concerningly common. That's jungle? Yes. Hmm. Still running, I see. I feel like a nuclear reactor could run one of those things on their own. That's a lot of uranium. Yep, that's a lot of plutonium dust. I think we all know where this is gonna go, right? Well, I have enough for the next nuke I want to make. It's a good use of naphtha, if anything. Better than that. This won't backflow, I don't believe, because it's waiting on sulfur. Could I scooch sulfur? Yes. Would I like to? No. Actually, I could scooch sulfur really easily. I don't know what it costs a single pipe. If I had copper, that is. I normally have copper. Now, where is my copper ore? There it is. I knew I had tons of this stuff lying around. And I guess I could always go mining for it. Yeah. Nothing happened to the tricky trials. No. Nothing ever. Now these are all running, producing naphtha and the like. This should be done. In which it is. We're gonna say having a naphtha bath really is nice. Well, for processing, not for me. It should be probably quite obvious. You might be wondering why I made so much, and that I don't have an answer. Alright, nuke's done. I guess I need a amethyst. It's like my first non-super aggressive thing I'm doing in a while. Pardon me. Bedrock extractor acquired. You want to guess where? Who wants to guess where this goes? 26. Well, I feel like I should probably give this a use. It's not been used this entire run, really. I left my silk touch on. I left my silk touch on. Good job. rain. Alright. Pretending it's over. I mean, how else do you think I'm gonna get to bedrock? Oh, but I want copper. And I mined it all. Well, it's fine. It normally doubles anyways. But now I want coal. Why is it raining in here? Yes. What the hell was that placement? The funny thing is, without this mod, I'm pretty sure I would have placed properly. Sure is a nice, if a little overpriced pickaxe for what it does. But, oh well. I don't care about nickel. Technically it's iron, but I still don't care. To mine more, I mean. Now I'm in deep slate area. I don't need this much cobble, man. Egg. What can eggs even make? Pumpkin pie. Okay, now I'm interested. Oh, Minecraft. No. Feels like I'm always standing on where the good ore is. Very important grab. Never mind the diamonds that I'm trying to pick up. Some stone, please? No? That wasn't even all of it. Really? Somehow more than diesel. Was that all really necessary? There has to be a more convenient way of doing this. There has to be. I swear. What is it with this modding making things more, more outlandishly difficult to do? The deeper, like the more you try. On ore nodes. Not bedrock extractor. Must be placed on ore nodes. That. What? And I sigh because now I know I have to move this whole machine. Yeah. Stupid. So hold on, is he talking like real bedrock or Minecraft bedrock? Because that's misleading. Who knows? I'm gonna build it in my base this time. There's a lot of garbage in this hole and I don't feel like dealing with it right now. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 stacks, like 3 different slots no. 7 different slots of garbage. Not bad at all. I am certainly peeved. Beep. That's over a stack of plutonium. And more on the way, it seems. Oh boy. Oh, I have blocks of copper. Nah, I'm great. Yes. Must be placed on an ore block. Gives me an idea. The only ore I struggle with is diamonds. And I have a diamond. So, do I just build it on the diamond? And I have silk touch after all. So if anything goes wrong, I can always just pick it up. I think that's a good idea. Time for the flying drill to be built. And it's like, hold on, this is not how I am. Whop. Just put it along. And sudden drill. Node blocks. So... no. I'll be back. In due time, of course. Guess we're going back down the cavern anyways. Oh, that's full of trash. Or it's not. Oh, no it is. Or nodes. That's just lava. Can we not? Actually, can't we not? Whoa, hello. I'll fix that later. I feel like I'm missing the point. I've revealed all this bedrock, yet I'm not seeing anything for the bedrock extractor. You know what that means? It's not clear in the mod. I mean, seriously, what is an ore node? Can that be specified? I don't think anything should not be intuitive in a mod like this. Or at least to some basic level, I feel like it should make sense.
I'm going to show you how to use the bedrock extractor here behind me, which is going to get you infinite ores in Oritech. So, let's jump up to the surface and get going. Hi, by the way, I'm Javier, and I do everything modded my subscribing to the channel. It's just in the overworld, and it will be these clusters of ores here. We go into... It's going to have the ores that you can see. So on this one, it's diamond. Here, for example, you can expect to get iron, carbon, what actual ores you're going to find deep down there. So let's head down to bedrock and see what we can do about it.
Oh, it's based on the meteors?
Now, you are going to have to go, like I said, to bedrock for this. So it's very, very deep. But it is going to be pretty much an unlimited mining operation that you can do. Okay, here we go. Oh, no, I need to go one lower. Lock myself in. There we go. So one unfortunate thing about this is you may find there is fuel or oil down here, which you may need to pump out. But this here is the resource node, and you can see these are actually called Diamond Resource Node, Emerald Resource Node. So what we'll do is we'll place the bedrock extractor. I'm going to do this from scratch. And I'm going to place it on the Diamond Resource Node here. Clear out rubbish. Then we need to use some machine cores. I'm just using basic machine cores here. And you can just right-click them onto the bedrock extractor. And once you've placed... Once you've placed them... Sorry, my lasers are going haywire here. Let me just delete these. There we go. You place it, you place the basic machine cores, and eventually it will turn into the bedrock extractor. There we go. So what you actually want to do is place it above an ore, and it can mine a 3x3. So for here, from where the drill is, basically, you can see the drill is going to be sort of in this block here, so it can go sort of in a 3x3 around it. So, 1, 2, 3 sort of thing. The only ones we've really got in here are platinum and diamond, and that's what it's going to mine. So ideally, you want to place it where it can get as many nodes as possible, assuming you want them all. Here would have been a good one, because it can reach the platinum, diamond, and emerald, whereas there, it can't reach the emerald. But that's fine. You can also see this little hole in here. That is where we're going to put our item pipes. So I can just attach that here, and then add a chest, and then right-click this one that's attaching to the extractor, and that will extract from the extractor into the item pipe into the chest. And then you're going to need to get a target designation be infinite. You can only use the bedrock extractor where you have these resource nodes. How do you find resource nodes? It's with the clumps of resources and ores that I just showed you on the surface. That's how you know there's a resource node at bedrock. And then you must place it in a 3x3 above the ores that are,
Yeah, I didn't know.
This is a tutorial for using Schrodinger's safe in Oritech. This is a really amazing energy storage device, and it's a lot simpler to use than it probably looks. So if we look at the tooltip on making it, here's the recipe. I'm going to assume that you know how to make that. Check out all of my other Oritech videos if you need to help on the ingredients. If we hold shift, can you see here it says low capacity blocks, medium capacity blocks, and high capacity blocks. These are basically the more dangerous a block is, the better the storage capabilities. So if I were to use it on TNT, so you get it in your hand and you just, can you see it's got this shape around the TNT? I right click it onto the TNT and it builds itself around the TNT. It's so cool. And as you can see at the top of my screen, which is using the one probe mod, it's going up and up and up in how much it can store. Or down, in this case. So as we can see, the capability of it is times by how dangerous the block is, which is 0.3. TNT is not so dangerous. We can also see a number here for enderic lasers. Lasers will not add to the capacity of the machine, but they'll increase the storage capacity of this block. This number increases exponentially, maximum times 5,000. So let's get an enderic laser. Get our target designator, and shift right click there. There we go. Okay. As you can see, it's now times 2. And you can see that the amount we can store here is going up. And it is exponentially. So if we added another one, I don't know if the speed of how much it increases is exponential though. I can put that on there. Yeah, it looks like it is actually. I've added a total of 5 enderic lasers here, and as you can see, the storage amount is going up, really quite quickly. We're already hitting over a million RF, and the maximum transfer rate is now 156 million. If we then use it on a medium one, like a Manhattan module, obviously it's going to be a lot more. And what I've used on here is a black hole. So we have a black hole, obviously from Oritech. And what you want to do is place your black hole, and then very quickly place your Schrodinger's safe, obviously before it gets out of control. Right click on it. As you can see, it's already going up to like near 100 million just from placing it without any enderic lasers. What we can also see here is the output or not. You can see how many output sources are attached to this block, the highest RF that we've received, input, and the total amount of RF received in the last game tick. So just some analytics basically. And then for actually inputting and outputting our power, you can output your power. Wait, is this right? Output, input. Sorry, you can input your power at the sides. Here, that's where you output your power. Wait, did I say output or input? Oh my God, have I gone mad? Okay, read the bottom of this right. Outputs RF at the top and bottom. Insertion is done from the sides. I'm so sorry, guys. You're inserting power here, and if you want to output power, you can see it's got a little red dot, and that's where you're going to output your power. And there's also one on the bottom of the machine as well. And that's pretty much how Schrodinger's safe works. It's actually quite simple. And there you go, guys.
So the safe is a very, 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 very complicated battery. And by very complicated, I mean it's just sort of inconvenient to operate. Why would I go out of my way to build that safe? Considering I have a unique look at power storage in games. Yeah, low grade. Whereas, when I think about power storage, right? Like, to me, storing lots of power is based on, like, I don't care for power storage as much as I care about power production because, believe it or not, capacity does not equal production, but production does mean, like how much you can. I don't know. So whenever someone will say, oh, you need storage, I'm like, no, storage barely does anything. I mean, I do think power storage is good. A capacitor can help with load balancing. I had no idea how close I was to one of these. Still scares me. I also had no idea how close I was to one of these. But it doesn't have what I want. Onwards, I guess. It's a cool little area. And a cool looking rock. Nope, never mind. Those spawn in the ocean, right? This is floating dirt. Another one of these, huh? Oh, we might have a winner. We have a winner. I just thought I was past my base. Wait a sec. When I hold space, or A in my case, I want to go up game. Low grade. Alright, I actually found our winner. Behold, a high grade right next to my base. And that's what that thing's for. I just wanted something within render distance. If I do play this again, I'm going to focus on biofuel instead. And also, on top of biofuel instead, I'm also going to base next to one of these. Since the oil is not going to be a concern and the nether has more lava than I know what to do with, I would say it's pretty good. Now, stop trying to drown. Dolphin. Just stop! They said swimming would make the game so much more fun in the water. Huh. Yeah, oh yeah. Especially when it redirects movement. You never know how nice swim up in Subnautica is until you remove it. This might not be Subnautica, but they removed it anyways. That sounded so childish. I'm out of blocks. Could do a themed build of an oil rig, although that seems like a lot of work. Would be accurate up until the point where it's not pumping oil, though. Which does amuse me. How did I place it under? Well, it's safe to say that this whole process is gonna need a bit of time to be done. And if you're curious, I do plan to make this a reactor-powered structure. It's just not very practical to run the power line here, and while I could put a generator, I don't feel like it. I want to use a reactor. I have so much fuel. And this has gold, which means if it produces blocks, which I am now starting to very much doubt, I would be able to make copper. Actually, copper from Fragment Forge processing. Since gold will be, well, abundant, and the grace is not working. The one time I want to swim in the funny way, I can't. The only time I had fun building underwater was when I played Create, and that's because it gave me infinite water breathing. I would very much like to go back to that. Hmm. Now, because I know I'm gonna regret it, you want 3, and I would have had to only make 1. But instead, I dropped the bomb, and made a mistake. Oh boy. Why? I'm building a drilling rig. Which, if you think about it, still is close enough to oil rig, because they do drill for oil. I should just do what I know works. If you're saying I should have made this a 3x3, you're right. once I'm actually doing things in an aesthetic way. So pretend it's actually kind of nice. It's almost like it was meant to be. Don't have enough cobble deep slate? Don't care. Is it funny? You know, I will say this is actually one of the things I do love about modding. In normal Minecraft, I'd have literally no inclination to do this. Put a hole in the middle of the ocean? Why? If a mod put a hole in the middle of the ocean for a lot of resources, well, now I'm incentivized. You know, I think I would deal with that by now. I knew it was an imperfect seal, but wow. I mean, I don't need more nukes, but... You know? Well, really? Hmm. Probably the last thing I should be dropping on the ground in case it despawns, but it should be fine considering how aggressive items stand. How aggressively items like to stay. Oh man, did we got plutonium. It's just faster. Alright, I'm gonna power down the farm for a sec. It really is just a non-essential system at the end of the day. It seems to have pretty good internal battery though. That might be a slight inconvenience. Considering that this is meant to have fuel in it. Well, not really. It's meant to have a lot of naphtha. See what I mean about not needing this much? And now these things will fill up on diesel. And they kind of already have. And we're filling up on sulfuric acid again as well. I have no idea what we'll hit first, probably diesel though. Well, I like checking this every time to time. You know, I think I'm gonna say it. This is a limitless source of oil. Never considered I could actually get stuck down here. Yeah, I don't really see the use for anything more than a portable energy storage. Now I think about it, the nuclear reactor has like 5 million storage. So, yeah, it's not, it's not a small amount whatsoever, really. Why? I don't know why you would skip the assembler in this mod. Really, I don't. Is this supposed to be a wood version of this station? If so, that would actually be really nice. How much do I even have? So I'm not exactly low, per se. Quite the contrary, actually. Hmm. I do think speed's necessary because those lasers are really slow. And hey, I'll actually use that designator a second time this run. Horrifying, I know. So what filled up first? Sulfuric acid, I was actually right. Wild. I was supposed to bring some lava. Guess I could have set up a quarry, but in all reality, how much better would a quarry really be? Just means I'd have to come back here and like, I don't know. It's fine, I guess. Good copper ore. I don't really need better lapis, let's be honest. Hmm? Oh, lava. Uh, a lot of lava. Turbo fuel. I think that means I'm actually getting close. Real quick. That's so much better. It's a lot of... It's a lot of turbo fuel. I actually would want to pump for that. That wouldn't be too hard. Well, I guess this is an oil rig, I guess. So I'm gonna be pumping oil from it. Oh, the irony's not lost. Yeah, sure, let's pump oil. I see no reason not to. With any imagination, like, I could probably make this on myself. No? How about yes? I love having my entire inventory on me at once. Oh, it literally is extending. Definitely a deep pool of oil. Eh, it's infinite. What? It's gonna need a power source, huh? I didn't think about that. Unless there's a lava generator in the nether, I don't see the solution. There is not. I guess biofuel could be done. I don't think it's very useful, but it's the one I have the most of at the moment. That's convenient to move, mind you. Or battery, which I don't feel like doing. So, I mean, if I want to try more of this game or this mod, I mean, biogenerator is next. It has to use biosteel. Because suddenly we're eco-conscious. I don't care. I've tapped oil. Ignore the energy storage. This has no right being as expensive as it is. Why is this just so much to make? You know, I dropped a lot down that hole. Not a clue what's bubbling. Yeah, so this might actually prove useful for once. You know, if the influx of biofuel on its way. I don't like processing units. I'll make the shittier recipe in quotation marks. Alright. Lots and lots of blocks. Just say, besides the copper demand, nuclear is basically done. The only issue is we'll want a chiller to run. But that only costs water, and well, there's already a pump there. Let's get this crafted. Really? You're in the first slot? Okay then. Ew, it's green. I like green, but not this kind of green. It's like kind of green that implies I actually care. No one make that up. If only I could run liquid biofuel. No, wait. I can't. Really? This just never allows liquids? Even with the fluid add-on? This thing sucks. No, I guess we're running solid biofuel because it would actually take tons of effort to actually make that unholy intelligence, which would be hilarious, but also annoying. So, there goes my wood stocks, I guess. For powering a turbo fuel pump. Make sure it can't be environmentally friendly all the time. I guess an efficiency upgrade's the only other thing I would care for, really. God, what am I saying? I'll already be losing my mind. Focus on the fact that we're pumping more oil. Yeah. Environmentally unfriendly. Just the way it's done. That lasts a long time. 64? Lava? I want to see this lava. There's no lava. Okay. Well, I guess we're pumping lava. Is this an infinite lava source? Huh. Well, time to make this worth nothing. So, turbo fuel is lava. Or is lava... No. Oh, fire damage. It's trying to drown me in oil. It sees me siding with nature and is trying to fight me on it. Frankly, I don't even blame it. It should win. Might have to use a bucket if I actually want to keep the oil. Otherwise, I'm just going to be pumping infinite lava, which is as funny as it is not actually what I want to do. Where do I put this? Good enough. Ew. Not sure it assumes it's trying to pump lava, but gives me an idea on how to make it infinite. Uh-oh. Infinite lava source. Let's perhaps not dump water onto the oil. Am I too late? You bet, but we can try and fix it. What's that rattling? Is that the generator? Oh god. See, no, that was actually part of the plan to do. See? Yeah, it's destroying the turbo fuel. It's not cool of you. Maybe it just thinks there's lava, so let's get rid of it. What? Why did it suck me in? So about that water accidentally poured in. Where is it now? Yeah, I'm actually gonna go bring some water with me. I will need it for the reactor anyways, so if anything, having a source of water down here early would actually prove kinda useful. Let me just make a little infinite water source real quick. Yeah, it's not a 4x4, I don't really care. It's a 4x4 in heart. Nah, I'm just lazy. There we go. Water. Let's try some lava with it first off. One last time. No lava. Turbo fuel. Guess it was bugged. Wonder if you can make an infinite lava source doing that. Turbo feels better. Ah, we destroyed a lot of it. Whoop. Fuel? Sounds so organic. What is it doing? Digesting the biofuel? Don't do that. Ooh. I was actually originally going to hand bucket that, but seeing this, I'd rather get a generator. Doesn't seem very successful. Turbo fuel is not infinite, right? Because otherwise I might have a very lucrative endeavor pumping oil from my base. Again. I know these are, you know. And I've already kind of pumped a little bit out, haven't I? I mean, I'm not going to complain because I've wanted more turbo fuel, but I'm just a little surprised, is all. I've never had this much turbo fuel for free. Well, obviously I've never had free turbo fuel, but this is more turbo fuel than I've ever made. Which is probably saying something, if you think about it. Wow. What a lot of turbo fuel. I don't care. Mob griefing is off. Damn creepers. I mean, infinite oil might be as good as the alternative, which is infinite resources. You're greedy. Okay, well now I need one of these bad boys. And frankly, they don't seem bad. Just have to do one of these. Boom. And with you, I can make a... No, no. Yes. No. I need a dispenser. Like the dispenser kind? And chests. Chests, I can, just say chests. I can do chests. Does it mean I want a dispenser, though? I'm not gonna craft a dispenser for that, you know? So that better be... Also, I didn't realize this room had this in it. I was completely oblivious. What the? Sorry, I thought that was like a helmet. It was not. What the? No. What the hell do you want? It's mine now. Draw your buttons, you freaks. Nice. Why did that make me fast? Never mind. I'm not fixing that. Hmm. Hmm. How's progress? Uh, looks the same. Oh. Yeah. By the way, it gets faster. What? Yeah. Run faster. That is running pretty fast. How is it not keeping up with a pump? It's what, like 20? Guess it's working, but oh yeah, it definitely seems to be draining. Whoa! Did it just get the fuck out? What the? Ah, ah, oh, yeah. Hop. Ugh. It Hmm. What? Ah. Well, not infinite. Plentiful, yes. But not infinite, sadly. It's depleted. Can you, like, not make gross noises, please? Thank you. That is a lot of turbo fuel. Sad it uses so much, huh? Uh, hmm. Fancy place. Alright, this is for water. Let's go prospecting real quick. Hmm. Hmm. Ah. Hmm. What? Oh, wait. And uranium, though. And no emeralds? Better doesn't seem to be an option. Although it would be a preference. So far, that's the best node, and I don't even need emeralds. Uranium would be, honestly, a lot smarter. But it's the principle. Nukes. Well, I don't make the rules, but I do know how to follow them. I'd like to move the reactor away in case I mess it up, although it's really easy to make them safe. Very hard to make them useful, but safe is not bad. Oh no! Uh. Hmm. Actually, that's fine. Ow. Wonder if this would count as infinite. I knew it. I also, for some reason, tested it in. I guess I'll take iron. No platinum. I don't care. And putting the reactor there. This thing should be okay to do what it does. Where it is. "26 cores. I have not accounted for turbo fuel in this. Would explain why I'm accelerating aggressively. Huh. So it's on. Sounds a little disappointing, I'm not gonna lie. Well, at least it doesn't try to gun me down in the first instance it gets. That's a nice touch. No, no. Why do they always do this? I think it just destroyed everything. A free diamond. Well, it certainly is doing something. Guess it's time to make 4 of those. Sure is fast. I sure am hungry. I feel like there's a movie reference I could have made. Oh well. Now we get to item sorting. You're the gold chest. Into B. You're our uranium chest. We could even process it on site if we really wanted to. I don't. Anyways, you get the uranium. You can be our No. You can be the platinum chest. That can be our diamond chest. This one doesn't really need to be filtered, it's just for when it, fills up. Platinums, diamonds, gold. Dreaded lasers. You have to crouch to do that? Stupid ass laser. I am just straight up going to reset it. Oh my god, it ripped up everything. Stupid fucking lasers. Always punching holes in anything that they can find. Just need to make sure this thing doesn't blow a hole in the machine. Going forwards. Let me guess. I don't want to rotate my entire setup to run the damn thing. Okay, we're moving the whole setup to move the damn fucking laser. Can you not for 5 fucking seconds? This stupid mod is not letting me place the laser. I'm about to give this thing a walloping. No, we cannot waste nukes on the mod itself. Say that enough, I'll believe it. Did it destroy the item filters too? For good measures. Because of course it hadn't, thank goodness. This is not the first time those things have... I'll admit my own fault when it happens. But that's not the first time I've had an issue of this damn thing going feral. It's incredibly agitating. Now look how much less convenient it is to access anything. Courtesy of yours truly. deleted a block too. Not that I'm surprised, it's done that before. I don't think when it mines machine cores, something tells me it doesn't actually register what they are and prefers to just avoid them. Not like that's irritating or anything, but it does anyways. Target machine. The fact that this thing sounds like a pulverizer is ridiculous to me. Oh well. Took so long, this place cleaned up a little bit. Nice. Never mind, I'll learn to be quiet. Did I ever burn all of my turbo? I did. I did. In a tiny chasm. Of course I did. You can't... Huh. Emeralds can't be processed further. I had no idea. Oh. Yeah, I'd say we've accumulated a little wealth. Look at it go. Oh, and rover strain, huh? Wait, that's bad. Oh, turbo fuel. I will take some. Can you not flow towards sugarcane? Looks greasy. Probably is. Something tells me these will be busy for a while. I'm just gonna avoid that. Seems like something wants water. Or wants to run it. The only way to pick it up is with an empty one. Which I have in storage. Run. I'm gonna leave it off basically right about now. Feels great to have diamonds. That was one thing I always wanted more of. And now I have it. Incredible repair. Drone port. A drone port, huh? I mean, I guess I have some items that I would want to be moving. And of course, it doesn't tell me anything that it does unless I hold control. 11 machine cores, so what? 2 add-ons. I guess that's fine. Energy. Capacity. Could be nice, actually, if it works. And they're surprisingly cheap, unless you use that one. A drone port, huh? I'll have a look-see then. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it here. I'll see about maybe adding drones if they're not insane. Speaking of which, it's probably 1 in the morning. Yep. And this is basically an infinite energy source, so I'm going to tap it. Hello. Endermen speak English, but backwards, like probably pitch shifted. Alright. I am falling. If you keep doing that, you're gonna have a bad time. That was not a lie. You're selling gunpowder. Do you really want to go this way? Anyways. Seems he left on his own accord. Those do slowly drain water over time. Okay. Wouldn't it make more sense if the screen was facing the build position rather than away? Target designator, huh? I guess this can have more than one use. At least this thing knows how to actually, you know, supply. Is it supposed to do that, or... where the fuck did you come from? Well, I think I have an idea. Barely any power uses, too. You're still here. Are you just gonna, like, disappear or something? Probably. I mean, this mod? Yeah. Oh god, he got sent to hell. It's all your fault. Okay. I've gotten to new. You say your designation. Put this as a designation. It's a bit weird, but maybe they could just keep juggling. Beep. Okay, bye. Have a good time. Oh, hey, phantoms. I haven't created them, but I'm not sure why they're here. So are you just gonna, like, work any... okay. Don't wait for me to say anything. Yeah, welcome back. I mean, besides it's probably gonna fly into a wall immediately and eat shit. Yeah, it seems pretty good. Oh yeah, it totally does work. What are these add-ons? At the back of it, of course. Silly me. I would like to see if I could program an item filter to tell it exactly what it can transport, so that way you can do two-way transportation of items. Raw one way, refined the other. This does not strike me as a very intelligent piece of machinery. But at least it seems like it will work. Can I see it spawn? Oh yeah, I totally can. Huh. I'm not sure what the superconductor in the recipe is for, but I think I can make it work. But why the fuck does it take a superconductor? Ugh. Stupid. I mean, come on. Or an unholy intelligence. Like, oh, I guess it is a Super AI chip. Super AI chip and the unholy intelligence seem to be on the exact same tier. Yet, for the advanced computing engines, wouldn't you need to... I guess that's fine. I guess if it's if you've never found netherite before, so that's a netherite-less way to progress. Because then from here, you can make this thing without netherite. And with this, you can make this without netherite. Huh. So maybe this doesn't actually need netherite to be... Oh wait. Oh wait. Oh wait, it doesn't matter. Oh wait. Oh wait. How do you think we make this the engraver from the atomic forge, which is made with netherite? And this allows you to make netherite cheap. So what you're saying is it doesn't even matter in the first place. Just make it either way. I mean, technically if you don't have naphtha. But why wouldn't you have naphtha? I mean, sulfuric acid I could kinda understand, but naphtha is just sort of something you're gonna need to make either way. It's better plastic, it's better plenty of... Actually, is naphtha necessary? And you could just play normal Minecraft and say you beat it and like kill the Ender Dragon, that doesn't really matter, but... Is naphtha useful? I would never do this recipe for polymerism. Let's see here. It makes silicone wash, which is extremely useful. It makes plastic, which is extremely useful. It makes carbon fiber sheets, which are required and extremely useful. And it can be burnt as a fuel, which is not that good. The silicone wash is just tons of silicone. And that makes this super good. Yeah, I normally would use oil. Wait, what? That's not the recipe I like. I guess we can... still needs clay catalyst beads. Why, though? So a ton of diesel. Alternatively... If you do this the way I like normally doing it... Actually, wait. How would I calculate the biofuel? It's only one recipe. So I guess I'll favorite that. Which needs 50 seeds. What if I did a wheat farm? 16 wheat, which comes from agriculture. Water. I'm not liking what I'm seeing. That actually means silicone will stay expensive. Unless I want to use diesel power, which, not inclined to. Hey, wait a second. It goes into itself. Wait a second. I don't produce sulfuric acid in this, so I guess we can't do acid washing. Typically my favorite way of getting quartz. So we'll have to do this recipe instead. Not that it's bad per se, it's just that it's not optimal. And that makes me sad. Wait, you get more if you... No, you have more in the fragment forge. And now let's compare this to the oil recipe that I normally use. Okay, not bad. We can go even further. I believe, yes. We can now make it also from oil. And now all I need is oil. 2 buckets of oil makes everything plus power beads for the next cycle, and whatever I was refining. It's just so efficient this way. However, you need real oil or else the tree's just not that good, man. Now, technically I could say I'm gonna do this lava recipe here, which is extra inefficient. Um, do this recipe. There's already shield fire involved, and I can't exactly remove it, so I'd probably want to make it anyways, knowing me. It's a little less efficient, isn't it? Ow. Hit by a drone. Alternatively, I could always just mine the nether. Not exactly desirable, but it makes it easier. Alternatively, if packed wheat wasn't super efficient, what I could do for biomass is, well, do the shittier recipe of anything goes. It's a lot for certain. But I have another question. It's complicated, but works. And then I have an excuse to make an unholy intelligence. of this strange matter which is incredibly inefficient. I thought it makes a lot of acid. Not worth it, but interesting. God, that thing's joints sound just like mine. Yes, I know what the problem in that statement was. Oh, once it goes underground, it just teleports, huh? Cool.